All right, Mr. Sparks, are you here on DNF Associates versus Robert Roach?
That's correct.
All right, so let's go ahead and call that case on the record. And so Aaron and George. So we're on the record in docket 23-01218, DNF Associates LLC versus Robert Roach. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Sure. Keith Sparks here on behalf of the plaintiff P77485.
Sir, you are Robert Roach?
Yes.
Okay. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. This was set for pretrial. Mr. Sparks, how are we proceeding?
We're dismissing the case. Mr. Roach made a one-time payment a few days ago, and so we'd like to stipulate to dismiss on record.
Okay. Case to be dismissed. You'll follow that up with an order to close the file?
Will do.
And I'm assuming, Mr. Roach, you have no objection to that?
No objection. Thank you.
Okay. All right. All right. So orally, the case is dismissed at the request of the plaintiff, and they'll follow up, plaintiff to follow up with an order to close the file. Anything else for the record in docket 23-01218, Mr. Sparks?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Roach, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you so much.
Have a good day.
You too. Credit Corp. We don't have anybody on the other side. It's Would the person on the iPhone please identify yourself, and you have to unmute yourself in the Zoom courtroom? What's your name, sir?
Spartacus Berry.
Spartacus Berry. All right, you're here for your 9 o'clock?
Yes. Too early.
All right, stand by. You're in the right courtroom.
Okay.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 23-01473. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Sarah Steenbeck. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Good morning, Honor. Georgia Hill, on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter on behalf of Ms. Steenbeck, who's standing to my right.
Ma'am, you are Sarah Steenbeck? Okay, this is the time set for a jury trial today. Mr. Anid, how are we proceeding?
And I believe at this time, the defense would like to make a motion. I spoke with the victim yesterday. I informed him that you wanted the reason why he was not here last time. And you want a doctor's note, I believe. And he said he has not had one yet and he could not appear today because of his job. He does not want to lose his job. So at this time, I will defer to the defense unless you have any other questions.
No, thank you. Ms. Sutter.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, it appears the state is unable to proceed at jury trial. I would ask the case be dismissed.
So at this time, the plaintiff is unable to proceed on jury trial. The complaining witness has not appeared. I would rate for the record that this is the second time the complaining witness has not appeared. On June 27th, the court asked for medical documentation. It appears that he was not here on that date. He couldn't be here on this date. So I will grant the request for dismissal. Ms. Sutter, may I inquire your client, what without prejudice means?
Yes,
Ms. Stenbeck, you understand that today's file is being dismissed without prejudice pursuant to this order that I'm signing. Without prejudice means they could bring it back if they want to, but for all purposes today, the case is dismissed. All right, is that a yes?
yes.
Thanks. All right. I'm going to sign the order. And we should be all set. Anything else for the record? Docket 23-01473, Mr. Need.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Ms. Sutter?
Here, if I could just have a copy of the order.
Sure.
Thank you.
You can get a copy from my court officer. Ms. Steenbeck, you're all set. And then any 8 o'clocks or 8:30, I should say. That wasn't 8 o'clock.
Yes. Yes, thank you. I believe my next client's at 9 a.m. Do you mind if I go into a breakout room with Mr. Barry?
Oh, well, we can place you in a breakout room. Ms. Wanji's, all right. We can place you in a breakout room once you.
Sorry, what was that about Ms. Wanji?
Ms. Wanji just appeared.
Okay, I think she's here for Ms. White,
All right.
unless I'm mistaken.
You're correct. So, Ms. Robinson, you have Mr. Fadley and Mr. Shabazz and Mr. Stitt, or?
I do. I have Ms. Stitt and Mr. Fadley here, and
Okay.
then Mr. Shabazz is in custody. He's not a custody writ.
All right.
Should be coming from witnesses here.
So, Mr. Berry, I'm going to place you in a breakout room with your public defender when she enters, and so you can talk to her, all right?
Okay.
That is People of the State of Michigan versus Avani Stitt. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Good morning, Your Honor. Jordan, on behalf of the people.
Erin Robinson, Assistant Public Defender for Ms. Stitt.
And ma'am, you are Avani Stitt?
Yes.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a final pretrial in the matter. Mr. Anid, how are we proceeding?
Yeah, at this time, I have the necessary witness. She is outside in the courtroom. I believe that there's a plea agreement reached at this point. I would defer to the defense.
All right, Ms. Robinson?
Yes, Your Honor, we've agreed to the following agreement to reduce the charge to MDOP to under 200, and agreed Killebrew to HYTA status and a term of 3 months of probation with a reserved restitution amount.
You've indicated 3 months probation?
Yes.
And then did we want to set it for restitution hearing or?
Yes, I know it's currently already set for trial on the 1st, so I'm fine with just converting that to like a restitution hearing if that's easier for the court.
Mr. Need, would you have any type of restitution amount on that August 1st date?
If you give me one moment, my laptop's just started working. I might have an amount in there.
All right. If not, you can contact counsel, but.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be an issue, or I don't really think it's going to go to hearing. We just want to confirm the
Right.
exact amount, so.
Confirming restitution. did you want to do the plea today, or did you want to just set it for August 1st and we can do a plea with the restitution? It's up to you.
We can just do the plea today.
Okay.
Like I said, I
And set that as a
sent an amount. She's already,
All right.
pretty open to it. So I don't think it's one.
All right. So the plea is to MDOP.
Under 200.
So it'd be an amended count 2. So the added count 2. Of MDOP under $200. And that would be ultimate penalty of 93 days
Yes,
or
correct.
$500. And that would be pursuant to, and Mr. Need, correct me if I'm wrong, 750.377, is that a B?
One second. I want to say yes, but let me.
Yeah, just double check the PAC code on that. I know it's the one right underneath, but I just want to make sure I have the right one. It's MDOP under $200.
Today's not the day.
That's just, as long as they know what I'm referring to. It's pretty easier with this one, but that PAC code kind of makes it specific. With that understanding, Miss
It is D.
is D.
Yep.
Thank you. 750.377D. All right. All right, with that understanding, Ms. Stitt, Ms. Robinson may inquire of Ms. Stitt of her advice of rights on the misdemeanor plea.
May.
All right, Ms. Stitt, you have the understanding that you're going to be pleading guilty to count 2, which is malicious destruction of property under $200. That is punishable by up to 93 days in jail and or $500 pursuant to 750.377D. That's what you're agreeing to plead to. Is that correct? In my understanding, so that is the ultimate. The Killebrew agreement is Killebrew YTA, which is Home's Youthful Training status, which I think your counsel's explained to you, and to put you on 3 months probation. And then when we get a restitution amount, and we're going to address that on August 1st, we're going to make a determination. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
All right. And so if I don't follow that Killebrew agreement, you can withdraw your plea. You understand that? I don't have anything to indicate why I would not follow the Killebrew agreement at this time, as long as everybody's agreeing to it. But if I don't, you have an understanding that you could withdraw your plea and go forward on this case. Is that correct? All right. So I'm gonna walk you through some of your misdemeanor rights in this 93-day and or $500 fine. In this case, you'd be giving up the right. You have the following rights: the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent until proven guilty, to have the prosecutor prove beyond reasonable doubt that you are guilty, to have the witnesses against you appear at trial, to question the witnesses that appear against you. You, of course, are represented by Ms. Erin Robinson from the Public Defender's Office. She would be present in trial to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought by the state against you. Do you understand that, ma'am? You'd have the right to have the court-ordered witnesses appear in your defense, to remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If your plea is accepted, you'll give up the claim that the plea was a result of any promises or threats, that it was not your choice to plead guilty other than the stated Killebrew plea agreement. Do you understand that, ma'am? You'd also be giving up the right to appeal any sentence from a trial or appeal any issue of trial, because you won't be having a trial today. Do you understand that, ma'am? Is it your intent to waive your rights today and plead guilty to this case?
Yes.
I'm going to have you raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury? All right. I'm going to bring your attention back to July 3rd, 2021 at the offense location in the city of Lansing. Were you in the city of Lansing on July 3rd, 2021?
Yes.
And at that time, were you involved in personal property of Georgia DeMeyers under $200? Why don't you tell me about that?
I just do like a pot, like a glass, like plant at the window.
Okay, and you threw it at the window of Georgia DeMeyers?
Yeah.
And you did it with the intent to injure the window or disturb the property?
Yeah.
All right. Any questions concerning the factual basis, Mr. Aneen?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Ms. Robinson?
No, Your Honor.
I find the factual basis to be understanding, voluntary, and accurately made. I'll follow the Killebrew agreement of YTA. So I'm gonna follow. So we can go to essentially what is an immediate sentencing, except for we have to determine restitution. And we'll follow the Killebrew agreement of YTA, 3 months probation. And we'll set the August 1st date as a control date right now. Is that correct, Mr. Need?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we'll set the August 1st.
And I can email the court if we come to an agreement before then, which
Perfect.
we likely will, so.
August 21st restitution date for number. So ma'am, what you're gonna do today is you're gonna go down to probation, because you'll be on probation for 3 months pursuant to the Killebrew. You should go down there, check in with probation, explain to them that you're gonna be on probation to them for 3 months, that you just pled to MDOP under $200, and they'll set you up with a plan. And then you should be back here August 1st or not, depending on if you hear from your attorney, so we can get a number for restitution, all right? Yeah. So you'll have to go to probation because they'll have to put you on probation. They also have to see if you're eligible for YTA. I don't have any reason to believe you're not, but you're gonna have to answer some questions to make sure you're YTA eligible. Okay. So make sure you go today while you're here. All right. Just can we? So let's do it. Let's do a sentencing date. All right.
So September 5th at 1:30.
September 5th at 1:30. That's a pretty short sentencing date. I mean, if we follow the Killebrew, you know exactly what you're going to get. Okay. We're just making sure you're YTA eligible. So that September 5th at 1:30 is your sentencing date. And then we should have restitution well before then. So we'll understand exactly what the number is, because I don't want to throw a big number at you on August 1st. Okay. All right. Anything else for the record in docket 21-02246, Mr. Need?
Nothing for the people.
Ms. Robinson?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right. So your August 1st date is your restitution date. September 5th would be your sentencing date. And that should be, you should know exactly what your sentencing is unless I go outside the Killebrew agreement. Okay. All right. That's all for the record. Thank you for your appearance today.
Right.
Mr. Need, did you want to go on Fadley or Shabazz?
Bailey.
Okay.
Mr. Bailey?
All right. So we're on the record in docket 23-01741. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Robert Fadley. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Good morning, Your Honor. George Annette, on behalf of the people.
Aaron Robinson, Assistant Public Defender for Mr. Bailey.
And sir, you are Robert Fadley?
Yes.
All right. This is the time set for final pretrial in the matter. It was scheduled for final pretrial today, and it's set for jury trial on August 1st. Mr. Ned, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, at this time, I've called the necessary witnesses on the hallway. I believe the necessary witnesses failed to appear, so at this time, I will defer to the defense. I believe they want to make a motion.
All right.
That's correct. We'll make a motion to dismiss, Judge.
So at this time, the plaintiff cannot go forward, or the people cannot go forward. The complaining victim was subpoenaed and did not appear. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
To dismiss without prejudice is granted. All right. So Mr. Fadley, Ms. Robinson, may I inquire of your client concerning without prejudice?
You may.
Okay. All right. So what I'm going to do is, my court officer usually have it printed out, but what I'm going to do is the people are unable to proceed today, so I'm going to grant your motion to dismiss without prejudice. That means the people could bring this case back if they choose to, but for our purposes today, the case is dismissed. Do you understand that, sir? All right. So I'll grant the motion to dismiss without prejudice. If you want to stay around and wait for the dismissal, once the court officer gets here, he can do that. I don't know if is it in front of let Ms.
I'll grab
Robinson
it.
grab it.
I printed it, I just can't.
Right. Can't be two places at one time. Let me go ahead and sign that.
Oh,
Yep. And then we'll make sure and get you a copy.
Yep.
All right, so I've dismissed without prejudice.
Oh, okay.
So once my court officer gets here, he's probably getting somebody up from jail,
Mhm.
but we can get you a copy if you need one. All right, sir?
Okay.
Anything else for the record in 2301-741, Mr. Need?
Nothing from the people, Your Honor, thank
Or
you.
it's a Ned. It's a Ned.
Either way, Your Honor, I have a hard time pronouncing through some.
All right, Ms. Robinson, anything else?
no, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, Mr. Fadley, you're all set.
Thank
And sorry, Your Honor, if you don't mind, can I put a break on with Mr. Berry now?
Yes.
Thank you.
Can we do that one?
I think I'm in a waiting room.
I did already. Oh, no, I didn't. Let me do that. No, I let you in the room. There you go.
Okay. No, you can just connect to the grade order one.
I'm gonna mute everybody.
It's not letting you.
Is it just
Awesome.
Sir, from the Ingham County Jail, can you identify yourself? Sir, from the Ingham County Jail, can you identify yourself on the Polycom? Okay, thank you. All right, so we're on the record in docket 22-01797. That's People of the State of Michigan versus Stephen Michael Schuff. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Good morning, Your Honor. Joe Newman on behalf of the people.
Aaron Robinson, Assistant Public Defender for Mr. Schuff.
And sir, you are Stephen Schuff? Is that correct, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. And you can hear me all right, Mr. Schuff?
Yes.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Need, how are we proceeding?
And I will defer to the defense at this time.
Okay.
Your Honor, it looks like on his felony case, in order for competency, an exam was signed and delivered on June 29th. And so we are still waiting the report back from forensics from that. I don't expect it to be too much longer.
All right. I adjourned 30 days for competency. And at that time, we were waiting for that also, right?
Yeah, and so then it was filed, and it looks like it was received by them on June 29th.
All right. So what do you think, 2 weeks?
I mean,
It's
it's
just a matter-
forensics, so you never know. I know it's hit or miss with them.
Right.
I mean, I guess we could do like 3. It's halfway in between a month and 2 weeks.
The forensic review on the felony violence for August 31st.
So you want
So we could just have them put this one into forensic.
Okay.
Yeah, we can run them at the same time. That's fine.
all right. So let's put it in forensic hold till August 31st. Okay. All right. So adjourned pretrial was held. And we'll put it in forensic hold, awaiting report to August 31st. What time? At 8:30. I think that should get us enough time to understand the report. All right, so we placed this in forensics review for waiting for the report to come to August 31st at 8:30. Anything else for the record? Docket 22-01797, Mr. Anid.
I'm sorry, can you say it one more time?
We're just placing that in a forensic hold, waiting for the report to come back to August 31st.
Yes, sir.
All right, Ms. Robinson, anything else for the record? 22-01797.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, Mr. Schuff, you're all set. We're waiting for a report to come back and we'll see you at the end of August. Okay, sir? All right, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
You're welcome.
Are we ready on Harris? That's yours, Mr. Green, or Aaron?
Aaron James.
Yeah. All right, let's do James and then we'll do Mr. Shabazz. Let me find Mr. James. All right, so we're on the record in docket 22-00139. That's people of the state of Michigan versus Aaron James. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Good morning, Your Honor. George Denon on behalf of the people.
Thank you, Your Honor. Vince Green, on behalf of Defendant Aaron James, who's standing to my right.
Okay, and sir, you are Aaron James? All right, this is a time set for a pre-trial in a people of the state of Michigan case. Mr. Anita, how are we proceeding today? I do have a motion to compel discovery brought under People versus Jack for, I believe this is unredacted police reports. But, and Ms. Sutter, you're still the attorney of record. Mr. Green, you indicated that you just came on. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your
Okay,
Honor.
and you're going to file an appearance.
Yes, we're getting that subject.
I was party to that conversation, so I understand that. So with that understanding, Mr. Need, how are we proceeding today?
Yeah, at this time, I believe the defense wants to make a motion to adjourn,
Okay.
in lieu of just recently coming on. And will the motion be on the docket?
I was just going to set it with the file because it's
Thank you.
yeah. I was just going to set it with the file. I've got several of these motions concerning and Mr. Need, I can tell you my opinion. I've read People versus Jack. I think it's my understanding that you have to present an unredacted police report to the defense unless you can come up with the reason why it shouldn't be unredacted. For instance, there's a witness intimidation case or a case that you believe that somebody is vulnerable to some type of that. Otherwise, I don't think you can just mandate unredacted police reports. If there's a lot of the contrary, let me know. Okay, if there's anything to the contrary, let me know. But that's how I'm leaning towards. As I read the case law, that's how I'm leaning towards it at this time.
I agree, Your Honor. And I'm not sure if our office has maybe explained, these redacted reports are prior to the most recent decision.
Right.
So it's redacted because it was prior to, I think, the May
2021 was the decision, Your Honor. These
Right.
reports are not from before that.
Right. So that's the Antimarian case that was released May 11th of 2023. Just so you know where these stand. I'm just putting them with the file, and then we can address them as each file goes, rather than to set them for a slew of hearings. It seems to be more efficient that way. I don't know. So, Mr. Green, based on the conversations we have on the record, you've just been retained, is my understanding. I'll grant your motion to adjourn.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And then we'll reset it for pretrial. Let's reset for pretrial, just so give the parties a chance to talk. So reset for pretrial. So try August 1st at 9:30.
That works, Your Honor.
That does? Okay. So we'll reset for August 1st at 9:30. Reset. Yeah, let's just wait to see on the motion for that. Okay. Yeah. Because I don't want to make an issue if it's not an issue right now. All right. All right. Anything else for the record in that are my copy is all mixed up here. So anything else for the record in 22-00139, Mr. Need?
nothing further from the people. Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Green, you're all set for August 1st?
Yep, thank you, Your
All
Honor.
right, thank you. We'll see you in that day, Mr. James. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. What's really bad?
Ms. Housefield, what case are you here on?
Good morning, Your Honor. I'm here on the pretrial for Brittany Masho.
Okay. All right, that's set for 9:30 today?
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right. Did you need to talk to the public defender, anybody in a breakout room before we go on that?
I sent an email to Ms. Robinson, so if she'd like to have any further discussion, I'm happy to do that, but
All
I
right.
don't have any need.
All right. I know she's in the middle of talking to some clients, so we'll go from there.
Thank you.
And Miss Wanji, you're here on Miss White.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And
Okay. I wonder why I can't hear nothing though.
So the offer is, my understanding of the offer, Mr. Shabazz, is to plead to one file, dismiss the other one. What are we doing with the PA 53?
So just be discussed.
Okay. So, and do you know which of these files he's pleading to, Miss
The
Robinson?
older files,
So
so
that would
the
be
22. Yep, the 22 files.
22-00977.
Correct.
Okay. So with a plea to this is 23-00188 is to be dismissed. PA 53 violation. It is requested to be dismissed as a part of the plea agreement. All right. And it would be, Killebrew would be time served. Including, I'm going to restate it. So including time in Oakland County. And that would be as of June 5th, which is our time with the Oakland County. All right, so my understanding of the plea offer is to plead guilty to 22-00977, dismiss 23-00188. There's a request to dismiss the PA 53 violation as part of that. There is a Killebrew to time served on the date of sentencing. That includes the time done in Oakland County starting, and we'll give credit for time served starting June 5th, which is the date that he was arraigned. All right.
Correct.
Is that a correct understanding, Mr. Anid?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. All right. So counsel may inquire your client's advice of rights concerning the older file 22-00977.
You may.
All right. All right. So, Mr. Shabazz, you have certain rights in this misdemeanor file. That's pursuant to 780.811 or 750.812. And I'm going to indicate that's a misdemeanor. It's a plea of 93 days and or $500 are the ultimate penalty. If I don't follow the Killebrew agreement, which right now would be time served from June 5th to the date of sentencing, you have the right to withdraw your plea. Do you understand that? Okay. So in this misdemeanor file, you have several rights. I'm going to cover those rights with you. All right, sir. You have the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent until proven guilty, to have the prosecutor prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty, to have the witnesses against you appear at trial, to question those witnesses against you. You, of course, are represented by attorney Erin Robinson from the Public Defender's Office. She would be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you by the people of the state of Michigan. You understand that, sir? Okay. You have the right to have the court ordering witnesses appear in your defense, to remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify trial if you choose to testify. If your plea is accepted, you'll give up the claim that the plea was a result of any promises other than what was stated on the record, the Killebrew agreement, or threats that it was not your choice to plead guilty. And you'd also give up your right to appeal any trial rights because you wouldn't be having a trial. You'd be pleading guilty on this file. Do you understand that, sir? Is it your intent today to waive your rights to jury trial and to plead guilty on this file? All right. I'm going to have you raise your right hand as best you can. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury? All right. I'm going to bring your attention back to January 25th, 2022 at the address of 1201 Lathrop in the city of Lansing, Ingham County. Were you at the Lathrop address in the city of Lansing in Ingham County on January 25th, 2022? All right. And at that time, were you dating, or were you in a dating relationship with a Nancy Lopez Moore? Okay. And at that time, did you make an assault or an assault and battery upon Nancy Lopez Moore? Okay, what did you do exactly? That would be termed an offensive touching. Okay, that would be an offensive touching, and you didn't do so in self-defense. You did so because you wanted to smack her hand down. Okay. So that's a yes to the offensive touching of smacking or offensively touching Miss Nancy Lopez Moore. Any questions concerning the factual basis, Mr. Anid?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Miss Robinson?
No, Your Honor.
All right. I find the factual basis for domestic assault to be knowing, understandingly, and voluntarily and accurately made. We will set this then with the understanding that we have to writ the defendant out of Oakland County, but we'll set this for sentencing date. Set for sentencing.
Judge, I think we're gonna need a date earlier than that because that's gonna be past the 93 days, so.
Well, we've got to do something earlier. Let's see. Because he can't on that this is, when was he arraigned on this file? No, this is the second file. He was arraigned on 188. They filed that we're dismissing on June 5th. He was arraigned on this file on July 14th, 2022. Looks like there was a bench warrant status on July 25th, 2022. No, that's the one that's dismissed. On 00977. That's this file. He was on bench warrant status as of July.
Yeah, he was on bench warrant status.
July 25th to.
He was arraigned on that Delta.
He was also on bench warrant status as of October 31st.
So he was arraigned on the last time he was arraigned was in
June 5th. He was on bench warrant status as January 24th, and then arraigned as of June 5th. So I don't know what his time is on this with all the bench warrant statuses. July 25th, bench warrant status, October 31st, bench warrant status, January 24th, bench warrant status.
I don't think if it was much of anything. The only time that he was really kept in long was since the 5th of July. I think he bonded out those other times.
No. If he doesn't have a lot of time in, well, I don't want to. Right. And
I don't think it would have to be moved up much, just maybe like a week or two.
let's see, do you have anything a week earlier? Yeah, I know that in August. The last 2 weeks in August, I've got a conference.
Yeah, so this is the first Tuesday in September. I think.
Yeah,
And if I do it before that probation.
so it's August 22nd. I'm gone, and August 29th, I'm gone. 22nd is a judicial conference.
Is it just a day or is it a week?
It's all week.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about the week before that?
The 15th doesn't give probation enough time. So this is the first date that we have after the judicial conference, which would be September 5th. Is that what you get? Yeah. Which I don't think we're in an over 90-day rule with all his bench warrant status. I think we're fine.
Okay.
So, all right. So let's set it for sentencing on September 5th, 2023 at 9:30, 1:30. And the PA 53 is dismissed per the request of the people. And that's on that file. And then on this file, 23-00188 is dismissed. 88 is dismissed as part of the plea agreement. What's that? But I would think that probation would be out to see him because he's incarcerated.
Yeah, I just sent them an email.
All
to
right.
let them know.
All right. So probation may be out to see you for that sentencing date. There's a Killebrew agreement of time served from June 5th, which is puts you right in the. But they'll call you in Oakland County to get a report done so they can bring it to me. But right now it's on the, and I don't know what your time looks like in Oakland County, but you'll be accounted for till September 5th for our sentencing date. All right, sir. All right. Anything else for the record in docket? Either one of these dockets, 22-00977, which is the older file, or 23-00188. Mr. Need?
Nothing for the people here, thank you.
Ms. Robinson.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, Mr. Shabazz, you should be all set today. Thank you for your appearance.
Hello.
Mr. Barry's, you're here on, and
Yeah, I've been trying to get an answer for a while there.
who's Lady T?
No. That one I couldn't answer.
All right, I'm almost afraid to let people in.
Still got a little bit of PTSD.
Yeah, I still do. I'm not kidding. That was
Calm down. There was a state there for a couple of weeks, and fingers crossed.
that's yeah, which would be the best time to hit
Yeah.
when they're not expecting.
Can I get a breakout room with Ms. Moscow?
But yeah, Miss Mosco's in. If when you join us, we'll put you in a room with her.
Great, thank you.
And that would be
That's the case Aaron has to return.
okay. Put them in room 2. I'm admitting everybody. Let's see. I don't know who Lady T is. So you can put Aaron and Moscho in the room.
Yeah, so Barry was working on the agenda, and so probably drop things. She reminded her in December, so she's.
Miss Mosco, we're gonna put you in a room, or you should get a prompt to go to room 2 with your public defender, Aaron Robinson. Ma'am, with the moniker Lady T, what is your name?
Shatari A. McKinley.
Shatari McKinley. She is on the docket for.
Or 9:30. So ma'am, you're here for your 9:30?
Yes.
Okay, and you're not represented today?
No.
All right. All right, you're in the right courtroom, stand by.
Okay.
Ma'am, on the Motorola Moto G5, can you please identify yourself?
Sienna Perkins.
Okay, ma'am, you're here for your 9:30 also?
Yes.
All right, you're in the right Zoom courtroom. Is your attorney Miss Sutter or Miss Robinson?
Robinson.
Miss Robinson?
I
Your attorney is Miss Robinson, I just found out.
Yeah.
All right, stand by, and you're in the right courtroom. We'll call your case in a second, all right, ma'am?
Okay.
All right, ma'am, on the blue M10L Pro phone, would you identify yourself?
No, but she did admit, I think she did admit to it.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that.
Joy Fuller?
Joy Fuller, Ms. Fuller, you're here for your 10 o'clock?
Yes.
All right, stand by and I'll be with you in just, we've got some cases before you, okay?
Let me see
Okay.
what.
All right, Ms. Housefield, we're ready on your case. All right. All right. So we're on the record in docket 2301-848. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Brittany Moscho. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Thank you. Good morning, Your Honor. Erin Housefield on behalf of the people.
Erin Robinson, Assistant Public Defender for Ms. Moscow.
And ma'am, you are Brittany Moscho?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And you can hear me all right, Ms. Mosco?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pre-trial in this matter. Ms. Housefield, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. There is no offer in this matter that was conveyed to Ms. Robinson last week, so I will defer to her to advise the court on how her client wishes to proceed.
All right, Ms. Robinson?
Yes, Your Honor, we'll be setting this for trial.
Right. So we'll set for final pretrial on. Are there any in this embezzlement case? Do we need a final pretrial, or can we just set it for jury trial?
I prefer a final pretrial.
Right, Ms. Housefield?
I don't have a problem either way, Your Honor. However, I will advise the court that I will not be bringing a witness for the final pretrial. Although this is an embezzlement case and there's a quote unquote victim, this is essentially more like a retail fraud case. The complaining witness is law enforcement, and further, she's in an undercover capacity. So in order to reduce the exposure that she has, the people would indicate for the court that I will not be bringing any witnesses to final pretrial.
Right, but I don't have a problem with the, we can set it for final pretrial, but I don't think witnesses are necessary for that final pretrial, given it's not a domestic or given the nature of the case. So we'll set it for final pretrial on
August 1st.
August 1st at 8:30, and then jury trial set for
August 15th.
August 15th at 8.
Your Honor, thank you. I'm going to be on vacation the week of the 14th of August. May we have a different date?
I don't think there's an objection to a different date.
No, that's fine.
August 15th doesn't work for Ms. Hospital. She's on vacation.
August 20th.
So we'll set it for jury trial on. We're going to get you a later date, Ms. Housefield.
Thank you.
It's a Tuesday. September
12th is our next jury.
Okay. So September 12th, does that work?
That's fine with me.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Yeah, that's the next jury trial date is September 12th.
Will we be keeping the final pretrial in August, or will the court move that closer to the trial date?
That's a good suggestion. I don't know if we need
Closer
it.
to the trial.
Yeah, I don't know if we need it. I think the closest we could move that is probably the 15th, right?
She's on vacation.
Well, we can do the stuff, we can just do the week before since witnesses aren't.
So we could do the 5th.
Yeah, that's fine.
It doesn't make sense to have the final pretrial 6 weeks before the trial.
I was just gonna do it a couple weeks before. That's fine. That's fine.
I don't think you can do it a couple weeks before. I think that's the judicial conference.
And September 5th.
September 5th will be September 5th at 8:30. Yeah, because last 2 weeks of August are problematic. So will that September 5th date work for the final pretrial?
That's fine. I'm likely in a circuit court trial that day, Your Honor, but somebody can cover the final pretrial for me. I should be free by the 12th.
All right. All right. Anything else for the record in 23-01-848, Ms. Robinson?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Housefield?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right. We'll see you, Ms. Moscow. We'll see you on September 5th at 8:30. Okay, ma'am?
All righty, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And then Mr. Need, should we just go ahead and go on Ms. Wanji since she's been waiting? Yes. Yeah. So that's Nadine White, and then we can put. That has a co-defendant on it.
That was Olivia Moist, Your Honor. I think that one went away.
Did it?
Some time ago.
All
I
right.
have to double check my file, but that was my client. I think that's been gone for a while.
All right. So we're on the record in docket 23-01-325. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Nadine White. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Need.
Good morning, Honor. Georgia, on behalf of the people.
And Ms. Wanji?
Good morning, Your Honor. Melanie Elbiwanji, attorney for Ms. White, she's appearing by Zoom, and we are
All right.
waiving our appearance. Thank you.
And ma'am, you are Nadine White?
Yes.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pre-trial on the matter. Mr. Need, I don't know if you needed, I don't know if you had the attorney to speak, the opportunity to speak with Ms. White, but how are we proceeding today?
At this time, the offer, I will pull up place on the record. Would be
Okay,
pleading guilty to assault and battery with Killebrew to no upfront jail. Other than that, we can leave this up for final pretrial.
all right. So Ms. Wanji, you received the offer. It's on the record. It's a plea discharge of no upfront jail.
I just received it, Your Honor. I have to discuss with my client if we can be put in a background.
All right.
Please.
So we'll set this for final pretrial and jury trial. Is that correct, Mr. Need?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
All right. All right. So we'll set for final pretrial on August 1st at 8:30 and jury trial August 15th at 8. So Ms. White, please keep in contact with your attorney, Ms. Wanji. You've been set for final pretrial on August 1st at 8:30. That'll be live. And then we'll
Okay,
set it for August 15th at 8 o'clock, that jury trial, which of course will be live. Do you understand that, ma'am?
yes.
All right. Anything else for the record, docket 23-01325, Mr. Anid?
Nothing for the people, Your Honor. Thank you.
Ms. Wanji, anything else?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, you should be all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
That's fine. Thank you so much.
Miss Nyber from Legal Services of South Central Michigan, what case are you here on?
I'm sorry, I lost my voice. That's why I have my clerk here, but I am on here for Quinita Glenn.
Miss Lynn.
Don't see her right now, but I'm willing to text her right away.
I'm looking to see if she's on our docket today.
I don't see that.
Oh, I see that. That's the 10th. That's the last 10 o'clock. So motion to set aside. It's not till 10. So let's give her about 15, 20 minutes. And if you need to text her, go ahead. Oh, she's here in person.
No, she's on Zoom.
Is she? I don't see her.
It looks like she's connecting now, Your Honor.
Oh, I see. All right. All right. Stand by. We've got a few cases in front of you and then we'll call your case. All right.
Absolutely. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. And that's why Mr. Klockman is here. He's kind of your voice today.
He is. This is day 18, Your Honor. I've been trying my best.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Thank you.
We're on the record in two dockets, 23-01275 and 23-01198. That is people in the state of Michigan versus Dale Curtis. Will the parties please introduce their appearances for the record?
Good morning, Your Honor. George Denon on behalf of the people.
Aaron Robinson, Assistant Public Defender for Mr. Curtis.
Right, and this is the time set for pre-trial. It was scheduled for 9 o'clock. It is now 10:01. And it would appear that I do not see Mr. Curtis in the Zoom courtroom. I do not see Mr. Curtis in the physical courtroom. Ms. Robinson, you have not seen Mr. Curtis this morning?
I have not.
All right. Mr. Anita, how would you like to proceed? It appears the defendant failed to appear.
At this time, Your Honor, the people request that bond be forfeited and a 48-hour hold.
Bench warrant bond forfeiture with a 48-hour hold. Any response?
I have no objection to the 48-hour hold.
Okay, I have a prior DFTA bench warrant bond forfeiture, but these are both dog cases. So I'm going to issue a bench warrant bond forfeiture with a 48-hour hold. just in case you're able to get a hold of Ms. Robinson, get a hold of your client, Ms. Robinson.
Will do. Thank you, Judge.
Right. All right. Anything else for the record at either file 23-01198 or 23-01275? Mr. Aneen.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Ms. Robinson?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right. We're all set on those two files. And then, Ms. Sutter, were you ready to go on? Are we ready to go on Mr. Barry?
Dog license.
We're already on Hartwig.
We're ready on Hartwig? All right. Let's do Hartwig now.
Yeah.
All right. So we're on the record in docket 22-03519. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Julia Hartwig. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Good morning, Your Honor. George Annette on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter on behalf of Ms. Hartwig, who's staying to my right.
And ma'am, you are Julia Hartwig? All right. This is the time set for a pre-trial on this matter. Mr. Need, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I am inclined to dismiss this case if the defense can place the defendant under oath and ask her a few questions I have discussed with the defense.
All right. Ms. Sutter, any response or objection to myself placing your client under oath so she can answer some questions concerning this file in anticipation of a dismissal?
No, Your Honor, we previously discussed this and agreed to it. Mr. Anid would like confirmation under oath that she no longer owns the dog in question.
All right, so please raise your right hand, Ms. Hartwig. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury? All right. I guess the question Mr. Anid wants is requesting is that you no longer own the dog and the animal in question, which would be the Gucci Pit Mix, is the Gucci Pit Mix 10-month-old. That was what the unlicensed dog at the time. Is that correct?
That's my sister's dog. It should have been Copper.
Yeah, I'm only going from the
Yeah,
remarks.
there was two dogs that day, and maybe they mixed them up.
I don't know.
I don't have any dog regardless, so
You don't.
I don't get it. It doesn't change the question.
Your indication to the court today under oath is that you're not in possession of any animal today. Mr. Need, does that suffice for our purposes?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So with that understanding under oath, the defendant has indicated they are not in possession of any animal. And so the dog you're indicating that should have been on this ticket or was a subject matter, this was Gucci, was your sister's dog. What was the name of your dog?
Copper.
Okay, what happened to Copper?
I licensed them, but during the circumstances of the situation, didn't have a home for him no more, so I had to rehome him.
Okay, so somebody else has
Yes, I
Copper
did
now.
license him
All
though
right.
before, but
And was Copper also a pit mix?
yes.
All right. My dog's a pit
They're
mix.
very
That's why-
similar, they're very close in age. They're very
That's
similar.
that's
yeah.
why I wanted to know.
Yeah.
Just- all right. Yes, so at the prosecutor's request, the case is dismissed. What that means, ma'am, is and we tell this to everybody, it's dismissed without prejudice, which means that the people could bring it back if they want to, but for our purposes today, the case is dismissed.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. Anything else for the record in docket 22-03519, Mr. Aneen?
Nothing for the people, Your Honor. Thank
Ms.
you.
Sutter, are we all set on that?
I am also, Your Honor.
All
Thank
right,
you.
thank you. How about Mr. Sanders?
I've not seen him unless he's in Zoom.
He's not on Zoom. Let's go ahead and call Mr. Sanders' case and then we can. All right, so we're on the record in docket 23-01822. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Bryaz Lemon Sanders. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Good morning, Your Honor. George Annette on behalf of the people.
Aaron Robinson, Assistant Public Defender for Mr. Sanders.
All right, this is the time set for a pre-trial on this case. This was set for 9 o'clock. It is now 10:07. And Mr. Sanders is not in the Zoom courtroom.
I'm sorry, I just walked in.
Mr. Sanders, you're an hour late.
Yeah, I didn't know.
You're so close to being bench warranted, it's not even funny. Mr. Robinson, did you want a chance to talk to your client?
Yes,
Who's an
thank you.
hour late for his hearing. All right. So let's hold this file and you can talk to your public defender, okay? All right.
Mr. Sanders?
Well, she's not here today, so just keep it free. I was saying, not on Zoom. Because you can't see today, but yeah, so he's
Yeah. I know, it's not-
No, yeah, it's a minute, yes.
Ms. Robinson Perkins is yours, Senna?
Yes.
All right.
Yeah, you can just say it.
And that's your motion, that's okay.
You have a motion.
Did you need to meet with Ms. Perkins or are y'all set?
Yes, if she's on Zoom.
She's on Zoom.
Great.
Oh, right.
Even no one here. So.
And Kim, though.
Well, it's two parts. The P three is, so it's the same case number, so P three comes from that one.
Yeah, the guy is like.
I heard, yeah.
I don't know what we're- it's
They're still talking about it.
Well, I don't know whether that means they were other effects, I think for the past year, so it would be case number, I don't know.
They're still-
So I'm very- you said one thing.
Not. It's really sick. I don't want- She explains it to-
Attorney opinion filed, no objection. We can go ahead and put,
I know, that's how. Let's see what's.
gauge your thought there.
Just for this, that's. It was.
Let me ask Mr. Neal, is all set. Is there any objection?
Yeah, I feel.
So, so he has been on GPS.
So that's just, that doesn't have a file number associated with it. But Linda Quinto,
It's just that J number, which is very old case number.
yeah,
He doesn't want the GPS off. He wants permission to build in Georgia.
And she told me that.
Okay, his son is playing enough football
Yeah.
tournament in Savannah.
I have no problem. I have no objection.
So we have to July 27th and 30th, which is in Jake Point, Atlanta, Drive to Georgia.
Still no problem.
I've been very clear about that. Speak.
And it will come from the job. Yeah. So. I see what's happening. I said, I've been saying this. Sorry. I don't know.
You know, it's not true.
I've not seen it yet.
It's putting a lot of leverage on the chief, it's not true.
Do I know that's true? I've heard of that.
Not in this county.
Oh,
Well, it's against your policy, isn't it?
yeah, it's-
Your office has tried and been shut down. No, somebody suggested, which is actually being the council, but they're not doing it, you know, in their office will be absolutely not.
I-
Maybe you're. We're trying to get the system in jail. It's already gone very down.
just quickly, Mr. Need, on Miss Glenn, I don't know if your office has any paperwork for that file. That's the last 10 o'clock.
Let me get to what, yeah, I was. I'll be able to tell you right now.
It's, the Attorney General doesn't have an objection.
Oh, they
And
don't, so there is one?
there's an Attorney General opinion in the file that says, but you also got notice, I would assume if there's no objection from the Attorney General, that you don't have an objection, but they're all here on the Zoom, so, but you did get, I'm just waiting, I'm waiting to see if you have an objection or not.
Well, it was like an alcohol related offense.
It was an MDOP as of 2006.
Typically in this court, do we appear on the record for these?
I'll indicate is that you don't have an objection. So, yeah, if you've indicated you're noticed on it and the Attorney General's noticed on it, they indicated, but as long as you don't have an objection, I was gonna sign the order. Okay, all right. So go ahead and do what you're gonna do, and then I can get on the record for this. All right, so Ms. Bachman and Ms. Nybert, Mr. Bachman, and it is Ms. Glenn.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So we're gonna go on the record in this case. I have an old case number of J060710SM. That is the People's State of Michigan versus Kenita Glenn. Will the parties please introduce yourself for the record? We'll start with you, Ms. Nybert.
Thank you. Rebecca Nybert, serving on behalf of Quinita Glenn.
All right, and ma'am, you are Kenita Glenn?
Yes, I'm Quinita Glenn.
All right.
Yeah, my law clerk. I'm sorry.
And then you also have a law clerk here, Mr. Clockman, is that correct?
I do, Your Honor.
Hello, Your Honor. This is Kelby Clockman on behalf of
All right.
Glenn.
All right, Ms. Nybert, you let me know if you need Mr. Clockman to speak for you, because I know that you're maybe hindered in that regard. I was able to look at the order on application to set aside the conviction. I have an order in front of me. There was indicated from the assistant prosecutor that I just spoke to, Mr. Need, that the Ingham County Prosecutor's Office does not have an objection to the order on application to set aside the conviction. I also have a letter from Assistant Attorney General Michael Ajami, indicating that if the court determines that the Attorney General does not have an objection to set aside the conviction, I've looked at the order on application, indicating that the applicant has not been convicted of more than 3 felonies. The applicant has had no convictions of assaultive crimes that have been set aside, and the circumstance, behavior of the applicant from the date of application's conviction to the filing application warrant setting aside the conviction is consistent with the public welfare. This is on an MDOP from 750.377A. A date of conviction is May 24th of 2006. I'm going to check box 12. Circumstances and behavior of the applicant from the date of the applicant's conviction to the filing are set aside and is consistent with the public welfare. And Ms. Nybert, without objection, I'll sign the set aside conviction to that effect. All right, ma'am?
Appreciate that. Thank you so much.
And we'll set it. So I'll sign it. I'll indicate for the Register of Actions that the motion to set aside has been granted and the order was signed.
Albie did a wonderful job.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Nice job, Mr. Clockman. All right. So Ms. Glenn, you should be all set, okay?
Thank you.
Good
all
job.
Right. Thank you for your appearance today, Ms. Nybert, Mr. Clockman, and Ms. Glenn.
Thank you, Your Honor. It's nice to meet you.
Aaron, who do you want to talk to?
Can I speak to Ms. Perkins?
Sure. So I'll put you in a breakout room with Ms. Perkins. So Ms. Perkins, you should get a prompt to go to a breakout room, room 2.
Okay. Yeah.
They put me in the breakout room. Now it's 7 people in there. It was like 12.
All right. On the Samsung cell phone, you're Miss McKinley, correct?
Yes.
All right. Stand by and we'll put your case on the record. The Zoom courtroom can hear you, so you might want to mute yourself.
Okay.
Thanks. All right, Mr. Berry, ready to call your case?
Okay.
All right, probably as shocked as I am. So we're on the record in docket 23-01798. That's people of the state of Michigan versus Spartacus Berry. Will the parties please introduce themselves to the record?
Good morning, Your Honor. George Janin on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter on behalf of Mr. Barry, who joins us via Zoom.
And sir, you are Spartacus Berry?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you can hear me all right, Mr. Berry?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Need, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, at this time, I would request that, the parties would request that this be left for final pretrial and jury trial. Further, I believe the defense would like to make a motion regarding, bond.
All right, so at this time, it's left on for final pretrial and jury trial.
August 1st at 8:30.
So the final pretrial will be August 1st at 8:30. And the jury trial will be on August 15th at 8 o'clock. That final pretrial, Mr. Berry, is live on August 1st at 8:30. And the jury trial will also be live August 15th at 8 o'clock. And then, so those are the practical matters for setting this for final pretrial and jury trial. And then Ms. Sutter, you had a question on bond.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. In regards to bond, Mr. Barry is currently on a GPS tether and with an order to not leave the state without court's permission. We're asking for the court's permission. His son is a football player on the Southfield Falcons. They are scheduled for a tournament out of state in Georgia between July 27th and 30th. Mr. Berry has plans to fly into Atlanta and then drive to Savannah for that. Again, leaving Michigan on the 27th, returning to Michigan on the 30th. We would ask permission not only for him to be able to leave the state during that time, but also just for the sake of security at the airport, removing the GPS tether for that 3-day period. I've been made aware of no issues for the month that he's been on bond on that GPS tether.
All right, I don't have any indication. So just to make, so there's no ambiguity. I don't have a problem with the out-of-state travel, July 27th to July 30th. The GPS, I don't have any problem with, as long as the tether they know if he gets it removed and then put back on, while he's in state. I haven't received any indication. He's still under a no contact order with the victim.
Yes.
It's still all those pretrial conditions apply. I want to make sure that if he's getting it removed and getting it put back on, that the GPS is removed. And what would be the 26th? And
Yes,
then,
I would ask that you allow him to have it removed on the 26th and put back on the, July has 31 days, correct? Yes, no, it has 30. I'm a liar. August 1st.
I don't think
has 31 days.
it does
I
have.
forgot the rhyme.
Yep. So
Yes.
GPS removed on the 26th. And then placed back on the 1st.
Thank you.
All your no contact orders are still in place. I don't think that's in the nature. I think this is really just protect you, Mr. Berry, so that your out of state travel in regards to your son's football activity, you're all cleared up on that. Okay, sir?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
So yeah, so you should be able to remove it on the 26th and it'll be placed back on August 1st. And we're leaving this on for final pretrial and jury trial.
And just to be clear, Mr. Berry, you don't remove it. You go to the company and they
have them remove it. Okay.
Yes. Thank you.
Because if he comes back on the 31st, I don't know when he's coming back. So let's just make it the 1st. Because he could come back the night of the 31st and then nobody's available.
I sure come back on the 30th. Yes, no, just so I can find it.
I have it July 30th. Oh, so I see. So July 30th is the Sunday he'd be back. So it should be back. So
31st is
the
Monday.
31st. I was making the same mistake Ms. Sutter was making. I was assuming there wasn't 31 days in July.
So in case you didn't catch that, Mr. Berry, you have to get back on the 31st, not the 1st. So the Monday after you get back.
I know. I understood it.
All
Because
right.
we got court on the
Perfect.
1st anyways, right?
Yep, and we do have court on that. We have court on the 1st, but you need to get it get put on the 31st. All right, sir?
On the 31st.
All right.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else for the record in docket 23-01798, Mr. Anid?
Nothing for the people, Your Honor. Thank
Ms.
you.
Sutter?
Nothing further.
All right, Mr. Berry, you're all set. Thank you for your patience today.
Thank you, sir.
You're free to log off. You got it.
All right, and then are you ready on Ms. Perkins?
Yes, I am. And I'm also ready on Mr. Mitz.
All right.
And we're ready on Mr. Jackson.
All right. We're ready on, let's call to the record dockets 23-1676 and 23-01677. That's people of the state of Michigan versus Sienna Perkins. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Good morning, Your Honor. George Smith, I have the people.
Aaron Robinson, Assistant Public Defender for Ms. Perkins.
And ma'am, you are Sienna Perkins?
Sienna Perkins, yeah.
Sienna Perkins. All right. And you can hear me all right, Ms. Perkins?
Yes.
All right. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Need, how are we proceeding today?
And at this time, we request that this be left for set for final pretrial and jury trial.
And is that a correct statement, Ms. Robinson?
Yes, Your Honor.
So we've left for final pretrial and jury trial on both files. And the final pretrial date?
August 1st at 8:30.
August 1st at 8:30. And jury trial date?
August 15th.
All right, so we've set it for final pretrial on August 1st at 8:30. That'll be a live final pretrial.
Okay.
So that'll be on the 6th floor of Lansing Live. Jury trial set for August 15th at 8 o'clock. Any questions concerning either of these files, 23-01676 or 23-01677, Mr. Anid?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mrs. Robinson?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, we're all set on that. We'll see you on August 4th, Ms. Perkins.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're free to leave the Zoom courtroom.
Okay.
You can go on Mr. Mitz,
Mitz.
Judge. Yeah. Mr. Mitz, you want to come on up?
All right. Mr. Mitz is here. Right, so we're on the record in docket 23-00618 and the accompanying K-53 violation for pretrial. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Good morning, Your Honor. George Anana, back for the people.
Karen Robbins, Assistant Public Defender for Mr. Mitz.
And sir, you are Daquan J. Mitz. All right, this is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Need, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, at this time, I ask that the pretrial be set for a final pretrial and jury trial. And in regards to the PA 53, the people have subpoenaed the necessary witness. The necessary witness has failed to appear today.
All right. So you're unable to proceed on the PA 53.
Correct, Your
All
Honor.
right. Ms. Robinson.
Yes, Your Honor, we would ask that the PA 53 then be dismissed and then set the underlying case for final pretrial and jury trial.
All right. So we'll get a final pretrial date of August 1st at 8:30 and a jury trial date of August 15th, I bet.
Yep.
At 8 o'clock. All right. People are unable to proceed. Unable to proceed on the PA 53. Since I'm assuming that's the same victim of the case.
It is, Your Honor.
Okay. So what I'll do is I'll adjourn the PA 53 to that August 1st date. August 1st at 8:30. With the understanding, and I've noted in the file that the witness did not appear on July 18th. So we'll set it for that August 1st date. Mr. Need, any objection to that, just to reset it for August 1st to see? That's kind of like a second bite at the apple.
Yeah, no objection to that, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, anything else for the record in docket 23-00618, Mr. Need?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Ms. Robinson?
No, Your Honor.
All right, that final pretrial at August 1st at 8:30 is a live pretrial. So be here on the 6th floor like you are today. And then we'll look to see if we need a jury trial after that date. All right, sir? All right, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today. Did you want to talk to her, Georges, or did?
Do you mind though? Just Jackson is the only client that left, and I think the PD's office is done after that. Jackson. Everything else on covered by us.
Yes.
All right.
So Jackson?
Yes, please.
All right. You also have, we have Fuller. Joy Fuller?
Yes,
She might be she's here. She's on the.
Okay.
So let's go on Jackson, and then Miss Robinson, is Fuller yours?
It is.
All
Yes,
right.
just give me 1 second.
All right. And if you need to talk to her, she's here.
Yep.
All right. So Miss Fuller, you might get a prompt to go to a breakout room with your attorney, okay, ma'am?
Okay, thank you, sir.
All right. So we're on the record in docket 1800712. And 1807469. That's people, the state of Michigan versus Dominique Jackson. I also have a companion PA 53 violation on the 712 file. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Good morning, Your Honor. George Anana, on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lawrence, on behalf of Mr. Jackson, who is standing to my right.
And sir, you are Dominique Jackson? All right, thank you. This is the time set for a free trial on the two files. I'm sorry, the other judge's laugh makes me laugh, okay? Judge Simmons' laugh makes me laugh. This is time set for a pre-trial on these two files with the accompanying PA 53 violation. Mr. Anid, how are we proceeding?
Yeah, at this time I ask that these three files be moved to a final pre-trial jury trial. I'm sorry, and the PA 53 to accompany.
All right. And Miss Sutter, Is that your understanding?
No, Your Honor, the P 53 was set for today. No witnesses have appeared. I think the state's unable to proceed. I would ask the P 53 be dismissed and we can continue on the 2 files to a final pretrial otherwise.
Right. Thank you for that. So we will set this as to the 2 DV files. We'll set.
And sorry, just a quick note there. It's 1 DV, 1 MDOP.
Yeah, it's 1 DV, 1 MDOP, and then I've got a DV on that one too.
Oh, correct, yeah.
All right, so we're gonna set both of those set for final pretrial and we're gonna set that one too, but let's set for final pretrial on
August 1st at 8:30.
August 1st at 8:30. That should come as a shock to nobody.
But I could guess the next date too.
Yeah, and then August 15th at 8. And August 15th at 8. We also have an accompanying PA 53. I will set it for August 1st with the understanding that there was a request for dismissal. Go ahead, Ms.
Yeah, they were
Sutter.
subpoenaed for today and they're not here. We're ready for seat of the hearing.
Correct.
So
You're
I would
right.
ask for it to be dismissed.
I know, and I'm denying your motion for the request, and I'm setting it for final pretrial on that August 1st date.
And if I may, Your Honor, may I ask why this and not other cases that have had similar situations today?
This is only
Including
the
the last?
second time. I set the last one for August 1st also.
The P53 was dismissed in the last case we just heard.
No, it wasn't.
It-
Not on Miss Robinson's case.
I thought that's what I heard. Am I wrong?
We scheduled it. They're getting a second bite at the apple is what they're getting.
Sure. So
Yeah.
may I ask the court why, if there's being subpoenaed for hearings and not appearing today, why we're allowing them to continue doing that?
Because we're subpoenaing the victim for 2 hearings in a row, and I'm willing to give them a second bite at the hearing if they're subpoenaed for 2 hearings in a row. On August, we've set it for to date for July 18th, and then we've set it for August 1st. And I'm willing to give them a second bite at the apple, as I'm willing to do with a lot of defendants and witnesses and victims. They get a second bite at the apple. I think it's a procedural fairness thing to me.
I suppose I have a small disagreement there, Your Honor. If my client hadn't appeared today and I'm charged with this nature, there would have been an immediate bench warrant issue. Not a
Very
14-hour
true, but if your client had appeared at 11:30 and he was due at 9, I would have revoked any type of bench warrant and let him be here because it's the right thing to do. We need to address the file. So yeah, I guess I'm a little flexible in that regard. Other judges may not be. I am. That's just I think that's a fairness issue. So yeah, Mr. Need gets a second.
It's a fairness issue.
Yeah, so Mr. Anid gets a second bite at the apple on August 1st. If the complaining witness is able to get here on August 1st, obviously they did not get here today, and I'll make that note for the record that CV failed to appear for PA 53 and reset for August 1st. So when Mr. Anid indicates that they're here, we'll address that, and I'm sure counsel will raise that they did not show up on the 18th. But on the 1st, if they're able to appear, we'll readdress whether we're gonna have a jury trial on August 15th, okay? All right, anything else for the record in docket 1800712, Mr. Anid?
Nothing for the people, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, we'll reset both of those files for that date for August 1st. Anything else, Ms. Sutter?
Nothing further.
All right, thank you. You're all set, Mr. Jackson. Thank you.
Give me one second, Mr. Jackson.
And you're all set, Ms. Sutter.
Yes, thank you.
All right,
See you
you're-
this afternoon. I
You
think.
will.
Yes.
And then are you ready on Ms. Fuller, Ms. Robinson?
Yeah.
Did you want to meet with her?
I just met with her, so we're all.
All
set.
right. All right, so we're on the record in docket 22-00137. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Joy Fuller. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Good morning, Your Honor. George Aden on behalf of the people.
Karen Robinson, Assistant Public Defender for Ms. Fuller.
And ma'am, you are Joy Fuller?
Yes, sir.
All right, ma'am, you can hear me all right, Ms. Fuller?
Yes, I can.
All right. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Need, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, at this time, I ask that this be set for a final pretrial jury trial.
So the final pretrial date will be set for August 1st at 8:30. And jury trial set for August 15th at 8. All right. All right, so ma'am, please keep in contact with your attorney, Aaron Robinson. The final pretrial will be a live pretrial
Okay.
and set on August 1st at 8:30. The jury's trial is set for August 15th at 8 o'clock. All right, ma'am?
Okay, thank you.
All right. Anything else for the record in docket 22-00137, Mr. Anid?
Nothing for the people, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Robinson?
Nothing.
All right. So you're all set, Ms. Fuller. Thank you for your appearance today.
All right, thank you.
Ask for a final pretrial or my own motion? Is
For
there-
what?
If I jointly ask for a final pretrial jury trial compared to me just asking?
No, it doesn't matter.
Whatever, nothing like prejudicial.
What about Delvon Claiborne in the motion?
Yeah, on the topic of motion, I think we left it off. Spartacus Berry, or I'm sorry, Dominique Jackson also had a motion to compel attached that I filed last week.
All right, let's just put it with the file and then bring it up when, I think.
Just my due diligence of mentioning that that's out there too.
I just felt so bad because Mr. Berry waited for so
Right.
long.
Well, it's also for Mr. Jackson, the case we just heard, there's a
Right.
motion not filed as well.
Okay, all right.
It's a motion to extend.
Yeah.
It's not us.
That's not you guys.
Oh,
So
I was wondering, did you want to talk with Miss McKinley, or did you just want to put that on the record?
Let me talk to her for a minute.
All right.
Is that that's the only thing left?
That's the only thing left for this morning.
I'm gonna jump right now.
All right,
See you this afternoon.
all right. And then
Sign it. But if you
So we'll just go ahead and put that on the record, 160-04447. That's People of the State of Michigan versus Delvon Claiborne, which is an order on application to set aside the conviction. This comes under the clean slate law. It's a possession of marijuana. Number two, the applicant has not been convicted of more than 3 felonies. The applicant has had no convictions for assault of behavior. The time period listed on item 1 has passed. I've checked the box of number 12 as circumstances of behavior of the applicant from the date of the applicant's conviction to the filing of the application warrant. Setting aside the conviction is consistent with the public welfare pursuant to the clean slate law, and I will sign it to that effect. And so that's all for the record in docket 16-0447. People versus Delvon Claiborne. So Ms. McKinley, we'll call your case.
Mr. Ned, you need to log out soon.
Yep. Just
All right, so we're on the record in docket 23016778. That is people of the state of Michigan versus, you're gonna have to help me with this, ma'am, Shantanay McKinley.
Shatarie.
Okay, Shatari McKinley. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
good morning, Governor George, and on behalf of the people.
And ma'am, you are Shatari McKinley, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. This is the time set for a pretrial on this matter. Mr. Need, how are we proceeding?
I just spoke with the defendant not too long ago. I just make sure I asked if she wanted an attorney. She said she did not need one. After she sent me the proper paperwork, I am moving to dismiss this due to compliance.
All right. So Ms. McKinley, this is dismissed today for compliance purposes. You're able to provide paperwork and the prosecutor believed that you're in compliance. So this is dismissed without prejudice, which means it could be reissued if the prosecutor chose to. But I say that in all routine cases. For our purposes today, the case is dismissed. All right, ma'am?
Okay, thank you.
All right. So any questions or any follow-up concerning 23016778, Mr. Need?
Nothing for the people, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Ms. McKinley, do you have any questions of me? You're all set today.
No, sir. Thank you.
All right, you're free to leave the Zoom courtroom. Thank you for your appearance.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too. All right. So, Mr. Need, you've been out in East Lansing, right, with Judge Grenwald?
Is it Grenwall or Greenwall?
Yeah, it's Grenwald or Greenwald is right. It's her name. Her name was. Yeah. Let me